Hey Squiggles, how are you doing? Gosh. Oh, I might need to drop the, on break at work. Hey Nautilus, how are you doing? Gosh, it feels like it's been so long since we played Ace Attorney. I'm very excited to get into this because, out of the games that I've played, Trials and Tribulations is my favorite one. Primarily for the last case, but... Hate working this late. I feel that. Hey, Nasu. So yeah, everyone, welcome back to Ace Attorney. Holy shit. Persona 5 took almost twice as long as I was expecting it to. And so, we've had this game waiting to be played for actually 3 months. Like, it has been the, oh, I'm gonna do this next game for 3 months. Because it won the poll back halfway through January. Or not January, July. It won the poll back in July while I was on vacation. And then as soon as I got back from vacation, I was just like, I'm in the mood to play Persona 5. Let's play Persona 5. And so, we played through that, and it took 2 months to finish. But, I'm very excited for this. Also, I'm sorry that you're having technical issues, Nasu. If you can hear me at all, I would recommend clearing the browser cache for Twitch. That seems to help me whenever I get that issue. But yeah, otherwise, I got my handy dandy bottle of water. I got 2 bottles of water, actually. $40 to 60% of that was cutscenes and dialogue. To be fair, 100% of this is cutscenes and dialogue. It's a visual novel. You always have issues on Twitch? Ugh. Yeah, technical issues on Twitch aren't exactly as uncommon as you would hope they would be. But also, just give me a sec and we'll get started. Doubt this one will take 150 plus hours. Actually, I'm curious now. I think our ending time on Persona 5 Royal was like, it was just shy of 150, I think. I think it was at 148. Haven't even been using that browser for 6 months. Oof. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! It wasn't me. I didn't. I didn't do it. 5 years earlier. Mia Fey, second trial. I'm sorry, Squiggles. Be back in an hour and a half. Well, I look forward to seeing your return.
Phew, it's finally time. I'm kinda nervous. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning.
Mia. Please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know?
What are you talking about? I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed.
Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer.
I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today.
Oh, that's right. It's your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service.
Actually, this is my second time in court.
Still, you surprised me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too.
I just found out yesterday. About the case, I mean.
What? You've already learned all the relevant facts?
Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think.
Oh dear. In any case, don't let our client see you're so nervous. See the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Look at him. Good morning there, everybody.
Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia.
I just want to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine. No problem.
Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Wright?
Actually, it's Wright. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anybody else. Be kind to others, he says.
Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you're truly innocent, I promise I will save you.
Please, let go of my shirt.
That's right. He's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client, and for myself.
Also, can I just say, this is my second favorite intro case in the entire series. My first favorite is in Apollo Justice, by the way. Apollo Justice's intro case is fantastic. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem?
I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense.
Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency.
Emergency? Isn't that him standing there, right next to you?
Yes, well...
You're just a rookie. Are you sure that you can really handle this?
Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think.
Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please.
Well, well, well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer.
Gosh, it's been a hot minute since I've had to do the Winston Payne voice.
Don't worry, little girl. It'll all be over soon.
What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me?
Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology.
It sounds like he was a very bright young man.
Yes, well. Next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway. Then they called the police.
That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo.
Your reputation for...
Huh. Sagacity? Not a word I'm familiar with.
Sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death.
An unusual death?
You mean, Mr. Payne?
Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question.
Huh?
A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I'm a genteel man, if you will.
What? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of.
Ah, perfect opportunity. Well, I just realized Grossberg and the judge have very similar voices. Well, what was it? The cause. Go on. Please say you know at least this much.
I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file.
Ugh. Don't mention your hemorrhoids, Grossberg. Ugh, my hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now see here. Details of the case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you?
The court record. I think I can see that by pressing the R button.
All of the weapons we need to... all of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there. Think carefully before you answer, my dear.
Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay. Let's take a look. Just press the R button here.
Yep. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Cause of death was fatal electric shock. I also don't remember this game nearly as well as I remember the other two. So there will be a decent amount more of me trial and erroring stuff. Which is like, you know, as the game is intended to be played, but... Yes, he died of hypothermia right outside the school.
According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution.
Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? The murderer used some type of new, super powerful stun gun, perhaps?
The answer to that will soon become, the answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there's one more vital issue.
What's that?
Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant.
blood.
What do you mean?
Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this.
I really don't like this guy's smug attitude.
That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator. You catch my drift? You don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know? Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? At this time, I'd like to see some supporting evidence.
Evidence?
No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need, and then shove it in old Greybeard's face.
Yes, sir. Into old Greybeard's face.
Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Yeah, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. Those profiles are as well. Toggle between, yep, with the R button to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? One Dahlia Hawthorne.
And the reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here.
Dahlia Hawthorne, is it?
Very good, Mrs. Fay. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has some part to play in this story.
He's done it again. Well, the cross-examination starts. He's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay?
It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection.
Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect.
Oh no, he means what did you do before you were arrested?
Oh. I can't do a convincing sneezing sound, so I'm just coughing instead. I was a university student.
Mr. Wright, you understand that you're suspected of in the death of your fellow student, Doug Swallow.
But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you I was...
The defendant, please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us.
It seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Please tell us about your relation to the victim. Also, give me a sec.
Sorry about that.
Please, tell us about your relation to the victim.
Right away, Your Honor. Ah, Trials and Tribulations cross-examination theme. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer.
All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right, like I said, I'm not a killer.
Yeah. Looks like the judge understands.
Being naive, you know. Too naive.
Huh?
It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And that would be?
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination?
That's right. It is the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions?
If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he is your client, in court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see?
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now? There was a lie? A contradiction?
Now then, for cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
I admit I was there.
When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered.
Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened, anyway.
Something? You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence.
Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow.
It's just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident. Coincidence, huh? But I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body.
You say you found the body. So who called the police?
Huh?
Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police.
The students.
That's correct. They were witnesses. Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body, in shock.
What? Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind?
Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body. But I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
And so, you didn't know his face, or even his name, right?
Right. Well, no. That is, I mean...
So, which is it? Did you know him or not?
Now, see here. You can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day. Well, I guess I did know his name.
News to me. Why didn't he tell me that before?
I heard he used to date Dolly. Fun fact about this, Dolly is actually, they used it. Dolly was originally what they, what is it? What is the correct way of phrasing this? Essentially, there was a canceled fan translation of this game that used a different name for Dahlia Hawthorne. And, Dolly was the nickname for him, and the actual official translation took inspiration from that and continued using Dolly as its nickname here, which is actually pretty cool. Who is this Dolly person?
Ah, yes. That would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, I see. Ah, young love, so bittersweet. That's all I knew about him. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe.
Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
That's right. I mean, why would I even...
But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Well, Mr. Wright...
No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I'll give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe?
Yes, well...
He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt.
Did you see it at the crime scene? The Union Jack, I mean.
Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true, cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it.
He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night.
May I ask you something, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Honor? What is it now?
Who is this person, anyway? This Union Jack fellow?
The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag.
Oh, I see. So you mean like the Stars and Stripes, right?
As usual, Your Honor. Your insight astounds me.
Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now?
Yeah, there's a contradiction here.
Mr. Grossberg.
Quickly now, show that boy you mean business. With evidence, I mean.
Okay, Mia, check the court record carefully.
It's the picture, isn't it? Well, my dear, do you think you can manage on your own from this point? I can handle it.
1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself.
Mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia.
I'll be fine. I know what I have to do.
Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof.
Okay, Mia. One more time from the very beginning of his testimony.
Yeah.
Are you certain you saw the Union Jack?
Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning?
Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back.
Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing.
I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing under that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me.
Please forgive me. Yeah, you made our client cry.
Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. Can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong.
That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh. Did I go too far?
By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it?
Yeah. I took some, but...
Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X?
Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Well, actually I seem to have lost it somewhere.
You lost it. Does this even have anything to do with the case?
Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like you to take another look at, I'd like you to look at another photo from the crime scene.
What's this? The victim's hand. It's Cold Killer X.
Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to, especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it.
What?
Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright.
Order. Order in the court.
Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence.
Very well. The court will accept them into the record.
Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken.
Broken?
Yes, and ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all this?
This is really bad.
Grossberg, can you not? Oh, my buttocks. Poor hemorrhoids. Truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 o'clock, we split up. And later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I'd been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth.
You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible.
Miss Faye, please begin your cross-examination.
Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies.
Truth is, I went because he called me.
Had you ever met the victim before then?
No, never. But that day, he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is... it's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart. Was that for me, yeah?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden.
Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is.
So it was one of those nasty love triangles, I see. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind the building.
Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45?
Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah. He was studying on how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist? I see. Gotta admit, I was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high-voltage electricity. Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man.
What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details? I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department.
Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though.
A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high-voltage electricity.
That's right. Sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high-voltage cables everywhere.
High-voltage cables?
Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. High-voltage cables run overhead, around the roof.
Finally. I think we're getting somewhere.
We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 o'clock, we split up.
And so what was it you were talking about?
No? Then maybe we should hang out again sometime.
Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true.
And later, when I went back, I found him lying there.
And so you say you went back?
Yeah. That's when I found the body.
Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him?
Well, that's right. I was.
Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there?
Thought maybe we could make up.
Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one's buying this.
Been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days.
It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it?
Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. Guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh?
I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine?
Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Well, Mia?
I don't know. I can't seem to find any contradictions.
Boy isn't exactly what I'd call a natural-born liar, you know? But still, I can't have him continue to spout nonsense.
I know, but what can I do?
Well, I'm certain he must still be hiding something. Information. Right now it's information we need more than anything else.
On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch?
Huh? Does that have to do with anything?
You can never be too sure.
I always eat with Dolly. Just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. You punched me in the jaw.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden.
I think that's enough for now. The defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason.
I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either.
So let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted.
What do you mean?
I knew it was too much work for a little girl.
However, there's one mystery that still remains.
There is, Your Honor.
How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct?
Well, that is, You are correct, Your Honor.
So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done. maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. Your Honor.
Yes, Mia Fey? Or Miss Fey?
I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died.
That would be most impressive.
Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence.
Of course I know that. Actually, I'd totally forgotten about that.
Now then, Miss Fey, let me see what you've got. Tell me how you believe the victim was electrocuted.
As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well.
What? There's nothing even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Fey, where exactly in this photo is the murder weapon? Right here.
Well, naturally, it's right here.
What is that?
A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere.
Then, the high voltage cable.
Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. And that's the most likely explanation.
That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I believe some praise is in order.
Don't toy with me, old man.
Doint, apparently. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been the high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant.
That's not how power lines work, Mr. Payne. The coating on the outside of a power line will not protect you from getting shocked by the power line. If that was the case, then Phoenix would have died as well. That much is certainly true.
Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer.
You do? Well, what is it?
His fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean that the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle?
Well, let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
You mean?
Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand.
What?
I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable.
Order, order, order. That's enough. I think we can conclude that there's no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us. We're done.
Mr. Grossberg.
My hemorrhoids never lie. Show is over, Mia. That boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor.
At this time, I'm prepared to render a verdict in this case. You have something further to add, Miss Fey?
Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict.
But I can't. I can't just say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be...
It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me.
Miss Faye?
No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end.
We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Wright.
I'll tell you what really happened.
But I've already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need for further.
I did it. I admit it. I pushed him.
Oh, whoops. Shit.
Probably shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Boy, I can't wait until we're playing the HD trilogy of the other games, because the other games have text logs. What you just said, was that the truth? Yes. I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced that you are. Please. Please, give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you.
Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim.
Feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake. Get out of here. You should have a doctor look at that, Grossberg. That guy. He was talking bad about Dolly. So I hit him with my forward tilt. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead.
Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock. And that, as they say, is that.
A simple explanation indeed.
At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted.
But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. Wow, I tripped over that word. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it.
That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that.
Miss Faye, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it.
That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly.
And so what kinds of things did Mr. Swallow say to you?
He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. Is that all?
Yep.
Well, Miss Faye, you've heard him for yourself.
Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is.
Anyway, after he said that,
I lost my temper and gave him a shove. Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail?
that guy, he just said what he wanted to say to me. Put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. Just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest.
And when you did that, there was no severed cable anywhere to be seen?
Right. There was nothing like that at all.
But it is possible that but is it possible you merely overlooked it?
Well, I guess it's possible.
What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt.
I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony, witness. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A while after I left, I started to get... Oh wait, whoops. I forgot I'm supposed to be pressing these.
A loud noise? What would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright?
I'm not sure. It was really loud. It was like a snap. You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was.
Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted.
You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here.
Ask for more details.
Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was.
How do I put it? It's like a sharp crack. Ha! Could it have been...
Yes, could it have been... Hurry up and tell us.
When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it, and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. Umbrella, That umbrella belonged to the victim. Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella. Cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. And again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. It's totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye, what do you think? There's something important in that testimony just now.
Well...
Of course it's important.
This is it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for.
Yeah, because the, in the crime scene photo, he's not on top of the umbrella, meaning that he got up after falling onto it.
Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important, it's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
Hey, how perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer.
Court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella.
And so, Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella, and you're certain of this?
Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself.
The umbrella, you mean?
Oh yeah, see I was wearing this sweater here? Dolly stayed up late for nights at a time knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love. Ugh, my stomach's not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia.
I'm so sorry.
You on with your testimony, witness? Do you think the whole time that, Mia was mentoring Phoenix in the first game, like the first case, and she was like,
God damn, is this really how Grossberg felt that first time, or that second time I was in court with him?
a while after I left, I started to get worried. Oh wait, actually. Also, give me just a sec. Oh, sorry, that was really loud.
Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning?
Come on. I'd mentioned that.
I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is now nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole.
I wouldn't say that that's very by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive.
No!
Order, order, order. Victim, he moved? Mr. Payne? Well, in this photo, where is it now?
Oh, well, it was collected by the police at the scene of the crime.
I want it presented as evidence immediately.
But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind.
Yeah, but...
I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial. But, as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment.
No!
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown on the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone.
I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying.
Let me guess. You have another witness.
Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be
Incontrovertible. Wow.
incontrovertible. Indubitably.
Well, who is this witness?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly.
I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the
I'm sorry to break the bread news to you.
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
The hair flip.
Bad news. You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this.
You can't be serious.
Yeah? You mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterward, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there.
It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, so I guess I can start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy. Can't be serious after writing such important facts. But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will.
And why do you think that?
Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why.
And the love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne?
Sure, no problem. Dolly and I first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set my eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. She'd been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, "I want you to carry this." Gave it to you as a present, I see. This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly.
It certainly is a little bottle, alright.
Makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness to the whole world.
Anyway. And so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating?
Yeah, but she's so shy every time I see her. She always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. A strange girl asking for a present back like that.
And by the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't have happened to have been on August 27th, would it?
Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you...
This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse.
What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder? What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. I believe there's some connection between these two cases, am I correct?
I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go on and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like the recess is about over. We'd better get moving.
I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though.
New save time. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness.
This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
Sorry, give me a sec. Also, I absolutely love Dahlia's theme. It's also really funny because it's got the same note progression as a song from Persona 5. Or a very similar one.
What's with the stiff silence?
In my long career as a judge, I've been deceived by many witnesses. It is my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. In your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity.
I can't believe he actually said that.
Oh, now then, witness. Could you please state your full name?
Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them down right down to size.
I will bash them with my gavel.
I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Thank you for calming my nerves. You're all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all.
It was nothing.
If we may move on now, what's your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be in your noble presence.
The honor's all mine.
Oh, the honor's all mine.
Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
God. This game, like, okay. This game leads into, like, early meme culture in its localization. And it hurts to read sometimes, but I still love this game.
Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Sir?
Is there something I can help you with?
You just go on and say whatever is on your mind.
I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it.
Yes. I can see why you'd say that.
She's going to be a tough witness, all right. It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger.
Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please. Sorry. Give me a sec. Add another point to the, Maddie really needs to start doing vocal warm-ups before stream.
I'd been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class was over. And Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. And that's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities.
I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong.
Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it's my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But I would never. And that's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue.
What do you mean by that?
Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. You haven't changed a bit. Mia Fey.
What's this? So you two are acquainted?
Yes, we've met before. Once.
In any case, Miss Faye, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madame Faye. Madame? No, I'm no one's grandma yet, girly.
That's not quite your voice, Mia, but...
I'd been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Feeney, I mean, Mr. Wright, is in the art department. If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese senryu poetry.
Oh, how wonderful. It's that humorous, yet satirical style of haiku, yes?
Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend. That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. And for me to get to the art department, I have to walk through the back area.
Ah, yes, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors.
How else would you enter? Teleportation? Feeney and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. And so who is this Dougie person? Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Swallow. We were dating until 8 months ago. And so, were Dougie... Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright, or what were Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway? How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined.
That's right, Miss Faye.
Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Why am I being demonized here?
Please, go on. What did you see next?
And then, suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Are you saying the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeney never did a thing to Dougie.
I wonder if I'm starting to get sick with how much I have to stop and cough.
If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we? What? I would never.
Miss Faye, I'll not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting. Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job.
Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It's already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It'd be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth.
There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything you saw.
Yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony.
Looks like we're finally getting somewhere.
Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie.
You didn't see it?
That wasn't quite your voice.
Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground.
And at that time, there was only 2 of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow.
Yes, that's right. It didn't look like they were fighting. And I didn't hear anything unusual either.
And so then,
What did they look like they were doing to you? I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation.
oh, give me a break.
And that's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge.
Oh, I like the sound of that, Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony.
I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities.
When you say students, you mean students from the pharmacology department.
Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs.
Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct?
That's what I was planning to do, but in the end I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. And somehow they all seemed to know what was going on.
The students knew what was going on?
Probably because the electricity in the building went out.
But how could the students have known what was going on?
Well, I don't know for sure if they knew what had happened. It's just, they all seemed kind of excited about something.
It doesn't look like I'm gonna get any more info about the students. So did the students call the police?
Yes. I was just so... I was so panicked.
Yes, like anyone would have been, my dear.
That girl. She's telling a super obvious lie, and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deeper to find the contradiction on this one. Didn't see the moment he pushed. Available information is being disclosed at this time. Police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. What was this again? Didn't see it. So the moment he fell to the ground. Nope. I'm gonna make a confidence save. Look
like they were fighting. It looked like they were doing, thought they were having a nice friendly conversation. But I really wasn't watching them all that closely. Oh, didn't hear anything unusual either. She would have heard the crack from the umbrella.
You say you didn't hear anything unusual. Is that correct? Yes, and that's why I was very relaxed looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well?
Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable.
But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression.
Yeah.
May I have a moment to answer?
By all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time.
Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up. But it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. And so the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. And so I put my headphones on to block it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case.
There was lightning.
Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony.
What do you mean?
Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct?
Yes, what about it?
Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I right?
Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye.
Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning?
Oh. I must admit that thought had not occurred to me.
And just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was in fact the victim of a stray bolt.
It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental?
Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not...
I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye.
Huh?
I'm not a fool, you know. Prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location. What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case.
Evidence, Mr. Payne. Well, what is this evidence?
This affidavit.
who is this affidavit from?
The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out to the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All the equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day.
Was it a blackout?
All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor.
And so you're saying the equipment lost power because...
Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. Power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m.
Which fits with the time of death listed on the autopsy report.
Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future.
I see.
Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump could have caused them to break.
However, there's one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct?
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Miss Faye, have any thoughts regarding the cause of this severed cable?
Your Honor? I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break?
Winston Payne. It was me, Winston Payne. I broke the power cable and electrocuted this dude.
My guess is that, he got... no. That might be it, but...
This is it. This is why the cable snapped.
Well, Your Honor,
I believe that the only thing that snapped is the mind of the defense.
yeah, that was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor.
Ouch, that was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me one more chance.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what caused the cable to break? Is it this? Because it says found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene.
This is it. This is why the cable snapped.
Oh, is this the same? What is it that caused it to break? Dahlia Hawthorne? Whoops. Yes, my attorney's badge. Who or what? I swear if it's gonna be like Doug Swallow because he bumped the pole when he got shoved or some shit like that. Mia Fey goes through the entire court record. Winston Payne. I genuinely don't actually know what I'm supposed to be presenting here. Is it... Am I supposed to be presenting, like, Phoenix? Yeah.
Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony?
He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that...
The lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline. In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage.
Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne.
What's that supposed to mean?
And take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. And see the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right. The victim banged into the pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break.
Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no. It doesn't make any sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground here. Ah! In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim.
Order! Order in the court!
Ah, the lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them.
It's true. Defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done it.
Mr. Judge, sir, may I say something? The Madame Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Of course it's alright. Just go ahead and give your new testimony.
This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. The truth is, Feeny pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. But Feeny caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute.
So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away.
And that's when the defendant pushed him for the second time.
I'm so sorry, Feeny. But I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Fay, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
The truth is, Feeny pushed him twice. Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know, I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeny. And so that's why you basically lied to the court? I was a bad girl, I know. Mr. Judge,
Yes?
would you please forgive little old me? Of course he won't. What you did is called perjury.
Oh, come now, it was just a little old white lie. Get it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all.
And the judge had better be more careful himself. Dark Alley is friendlier than that girl. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole? I know he doesn't look it, but Feeney can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeney really is scary when he gets mad.
Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed.
Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. So, let me get this straight. You were happily listening to music on your headphones while you watched this scene unfold?
Miss Faye, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering the witness.
I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both, and that they would each give the fight their all.
It's very sweet of you to be so supportive.
What happened after that?
But Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints on the back of his leather jacket?
Well, no, there weren't.
Madame Faye, may I suggest that you listen a little more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeney wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he? The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted. It all occurred in less than a minute. Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry. I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away.
That's understandable.
Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold.
If I don't figure out the contradiction here, it's all over. And she didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so it's my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia.
Feeney pushed him twice. First time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him. Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. All occurred in less than a minute. Except... his watch stopped a full 5 minutes after this would have happened, because the cable breaking happened at 2:55. Yeah, cable broke at 2:55, and his time of death is 3 p.m.
That's enough, witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Would you please take a look at this picture? Oh, that medicine. It's the one Feeney likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m.
Yes, and your point is, Miss Fey?
My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping?
Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Yeah.
Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? What exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow.
Order in the court.
This is nonsense. The real murderer?
Even you can't deny the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution.
Yeah,
Are completely unaccounted for.
Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it?
There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene. Was there a window of opportunity for the real killer?
Miss Fey, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer?
It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We are ready.
Very well. Remember, you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Fey. Now then, Miss Fey, let's have it. Who is the real killer?
It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. How?
I missed the rest of that. The defense is grasping at straws.
10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the man dearest to you.
Order, Miss Fey. What? I mean, why? Is to say?
Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. How can you say something so mean, Madame Fey? I didn't do anything.
Miss Fey, this is a very serious charge,
Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say.
Ooh, what is it?
Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Fey. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that.
Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
Leave my Dolly alone. That boy.
Oh, wait. Mr. Grossberg, that was definitely an interesting, voice. He's gotten himself in way over his head.
Hey, Squiggles, welcome back.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back.
Seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping.
Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
Better take a good look at it. It tells how you came to lose your boyfriend. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, really, Your Honor, that is,
May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Don't you worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand. That is, go right ahead.
Madame Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright.
I told you that you should let me handle this. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for for poor little me to bear.
I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be.
And the answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, that same date, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Further testimony? What about?
About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What could that possibly have to do with this case?
The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant, am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests she, in fact, has a very good reason.
Very well then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne.
The music.
I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We'd been going out ever since that fateful day.
We're so lovey-wovey we make people sick. I think it's just jealousy. Or, it's just jealousy, I think. Mr. Wright, do that again and you will be held in contempt of court.
And now we enter the final act of our little drama.
It's a very, a lot of people commit a lot of crimes in this game that would, a lot of people commit perjury in these games. It's like a national sport.
And now we enter the final act of our little drama.
I used to say in the days of my youth, go get her.
I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. And so, until that time, you'd been dating Doug Swallow? Yes. I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly, I'm ashamed of myself.
Oh no, not at all. I'm infamous for changing my mind. Critics have even taken to calling me Judge Fickle.
Maybe you should look for a different line of work.
Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judgini.
It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The courthouse reading room? That's a strange place to meet the love of your life. And that's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeney was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room?
This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our current murder case.
Miss Faye, I'm warning you. This has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case.
I have to remember, the judge is on Dahlia's side. I'd better tread carefully. Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony.
Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What are you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room?
If it pleases your Honor, the answer is simply this. I'd come to the courthouse to do research for a paper I was writing. Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason?
What is the meaning of that cocky smile on your face, Miss Faye?
8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy.
Another tragedy?
You mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned?
The name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago.
Order, order, order. This is unbelievable. It's true then. Loveliest rose can hide something thorns.
Miss Faye, that's not fair. You can't slander my witness. I, Winston Payne, will not allow it.
Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking.
Pardon me. Go right ahead.
It's true that about 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me.
Express some interest, huh?
How did the prosecution not bother to look at her records? To build suspense.
Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago.
Every lawyer in this room should be disbarred. Yeah.
I see.
Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've just gotta stay on the offensive.
Well done, Mia. Oh, really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. Can hardly tell which is more inflamed.
Stop talking about your hemorrhoids, Grossberg. Can we arrest Grossberg? Can we pin the crime on him?
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that's lethal in just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. And so you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that.
That's what happened here 8 months ago.
However, as you've heard from the witness's testimony, she has nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne. But I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination.
What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger?
Ha! Yeah, you're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That Proud posture and self-confidence. Absolutely smashing.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day.
Why the hell is this courtroom allowing live butterflies in the courtroom as accessories? You should have seen in the second game in the series, one of the witnesses has a whole bunch of birds that like fly into him when he does a certain pose.
What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential.
According to the report, you are being interviewed regarding another case.
The lawyer that was killed. He said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up with when I was younger. Why don't you tell us all what that incident was?
That has absolutely nothing at all to do with this case.
Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record.
You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign.
Don't worry, Dolly. I'll protect you. Word the man. Now that is true love, young lady.
Oh, Feeny, please. Those two really are making me ill, albeit for decidedly different reasons. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened.
Gosh, I also totally forgot how long this intro case is.
How long were you gone? I've already answered all those questions for the police. But if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes? And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet?
What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet? God, why the I swear, sometimes this game hits me with shit that I don't remember. Dolly doesn't poop.
For the defendant, Miss Faye. Good luck next time.
No, Feeny, please.
The police have already looked into this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time.
Objection sustained. Please continue your testimony.
From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that's lethal at just 2 teaspoons. About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons?
Well, let me see. A bottle of eye drops says it's 1.5 fluid ounces, which is equal to half fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons.
So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh? And the poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. A special kind of poison? How so? Well, I heard that it's almost impossible to detect.
Oh, and where would something like that come from?
I'm sorry. All I know was what I overheard the policeman saying. And they said something about using an advanced chemical process to purify it.
Chemical process? Well, that's quite impressive. Most impressive. But you are not a Jedi yet.
The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? You see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. And that's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show how you could have gotten the poison. I think that's a good enough reason, Madame Faye.
She's right, and I think we've had enough of Miss Faye's questions.
So in essence, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime is because no one could show how she could have obtained the poison.
Then all we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some, right? Great. Just how did a lit student get a hold of poison of all things?
It's because she was dating the dude in the pharmacology department.
You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab.
Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Mr. Doug Swallow?
That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University.
Pharmacology?
His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table. You. No!
Order, order, order. Could be.
That's nothing but a baseless...
May I say something, Madame Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container.
Well, yes, that's true.
I was searched immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small. Excuse me, madame, but this is a court of law. If you're saying I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof. Proof? She got me good with that.
Find some evidence, or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead.
The police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia and the entire courthouse. And yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred.
She's gone for 10 to 20 minutes. That's more than enough time to get rid of it outside the courtroom. Yeah, but she was also there on police questioning, so I don't think they would have let her out. But it's also 100% the bottle necklace that, she gave to Phoenix. Going to accuse the young lady of committing murder. And where's the container of the poison was carried in? What happened to it?
You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone who had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched.
Who is this person?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course.
So the defendant was this witness's accomplice.
Of course not. She gave the poison to him, disguised as a present. What? But that's...
That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye?
The day the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th, the same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away.
What? You're saying there's a deadly poison in here?
No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount. No!
Order! Order in the court! On behalf of Dolly, I object.
Mr. Wright, control yourself.
I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her?
Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love. Haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway?
Well, guess she must be madly in love with me, too.
Mr. Wright, please, open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is...
because of that necklace.
Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck.
Necklace?
Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself.
Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she's always saying the same thing to me. Please give it back now. Strange girl asking for a present back like that.
For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back.
You're lying.
But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. And that's why she...
I don't believe you. No! That's a lie! Yeah, alright. Ah, the defendant, he's getting away. Hey, look, hurry after him. Mia, are you alright?
Yes, I think so.
Boy, but completely insane.
Where's Mr. Wright?
Looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough.
Thank goodness. Oh no.
What is it?
The bottle necklace. Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone.
What? It's terrible.
Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me.
Foolish boy. It's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court.
I'm sorry.
I'm afraid your apology isn't enough.
Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace?
Forgive me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just give back the necklace.
I ate it.
You... what?
You ate it? It's too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first, but yeah.
What the...
What's he doing now? Phoenix Wright eats glass.
Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it.
It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, that bottle did not contain a deadly poison.
How can you be so sure?
I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant's still very much alive. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination.
So it would seem.
No, there must be some kind of mistake. That bottle must not have had any poison left in it.
Yeah, exactly. The poison's only lethal at not tablespoons, teaspoons.
Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency.
There. It's all right, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong.
That's enough. Fortunately, Miss Faye, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why?
This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand. But in a court of law, evidence is everything.
Even after I proved so much, is she going to get away with everything?
Well, now that wow. Well, now that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I'd like to proceed with the trial.
Mr. Wright.
I'm sorry, Miss Faye. Totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me. I feel like I really let you down.
Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say?
Something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Poison? Same thing that happened 8 months ago. Drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time, too. It could only have been her. Girl is a thief. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that.
Is it true? Did he really say that?
That's ridiculous.
There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. She was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him.
What?
She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but... I'm sorry, Dolly.
Your Honor, the defendant is...
Miss Faye, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent.
And so Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put this together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow.
Night before?
Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone.
Miss Faye, you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this.
Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back. Therefore...
Exactly. Exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill?
There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Me? That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered.
Well, it's true that's how things worked out. But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be.
But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love.
And poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right, the bottle necklace. That's all she cared about.
And so, why? Why would she go so far as to murder him?
8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing. How to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible.
No, it can't be.
It was a pretty good move she made, too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met.
You mean, that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright?
Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence.
That can't be true!
Feeny, what a joke you are. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me.
Miss Hawthorne.
It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine. I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say.
Where the hell has Dahlia been for the last 10 minutes? She's been on, she's been sitting off to the side. She's just not rendered.
You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a snack. Well, Hey, old man. Are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face?
Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you?
Huh. You really that shocked? Or do you prefer me this way, Mr. Judge? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind.
We're not finished.
Fine. Then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time.
Stop, Mia. Keep on pushing without any evidence. You could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer.
The ultimate price.
You'll be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid.
No. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Faye. Or should I say Miss Gray?
Well, Miss Faye, you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all.
If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over.
Yeah, but this is Ace Attorney. You're not allowed to use previous testimony as evidence. Except for in very specific cases.
But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with a murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof.
Impossible. You can't possibly.
Stupid woman.
It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented.
Just one?
You are unable to establish her guilt, and I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar. She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there.
Well then, Miss Fay, please present your evidence. Show to this court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. A cold medicine, probably. Because, he said that he lost it at lunch earlier. And he also said that he had lunch with Dahlia.
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that'll prove her guilt once and for all.
Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine.
Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold?
If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned.
What?
Remember what the defendant said in his testimony?
I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us.
And she was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some.
Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine.
I'd like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence?
You talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room. My client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That's when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poisoned bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright.
I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant.
Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about and the cut electrical cable. Then that's when she realized, I can't allow Doug Swallow to live. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is where the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poisoned cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they search me like they did 8 months ago?
8 months ago?
Yes. She disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow. Oh, come on now, everyone. And surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman. She's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Huh? Yes, that's exactly right. It's just pure desperation.
I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey, Mia Fey! Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? That's just fine. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being? Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge. I'll see you later too, okay?
Yes?
I'm going to go spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Phew. It's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim.
But even so, no witness seems to have accepted it.
I don't care. I'm Winston Payne. I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said.
Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this.
Yes?
Would you care to try this cold medicine?
What?
Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said.
There. It's all right, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life.
And so, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right?
Well, you see, yes.
And here comes the backpedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life?
Mia Fey beat Winston so bad that Winston Payne's hair all flew off. Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll file papers for her immediate arrest.
Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning.
Don't lie, just admit you were wrong.
By the way, Miss Fey. To be fair, Dahlia also refused to take it. And that's a pretty damn good indicator that it's not safe to take. Is when the person that you're accusing of poisoning the thing is like, nah, I'm not taking any of that.
Yes, Your Honor?
So just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other?
Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case.
Very well. Miss Payne, or Mr. Payne?
This can't be happening. It's a nightmare.
It's like I'm losing my... What did that say? Losing my daughter? What did that say? Can't be happening, it's a nightmare. It's like losing to my daughter. It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say? It can't be true. My dear Dolly. Very well then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. This court is adjourned. Yeah, you are wonderful in there.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg.
During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius.
Mr. Grossberg, do you, maybe think you could stop talking about them?
That's rather rude. And bringing your hemorrhoids up isn't rude? Anyway, this case really made me think. Does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we veteran lawyers who have lost sight of this.
Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations.
Thanks. You know, I was thinking.
Go on.
Why does this man keep bringing up his hemorrhoids? Because they thought it was funny, and it's not. The Dolly I saw up there on the witness stand. I don't think that was really her.
What?
Get him some preparation H and tell him to shut up. Yeah, the Dolly I know never could have said those things, or could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something.
Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably for the best.
Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little.
But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up.
What kind of company does this guy keep?
Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself.
That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department.
Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. If I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time.
I see.
Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right?
Mr. Wright, I'm still new to this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned, and managed to save my friend. Mia's passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. Memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia's gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind.
Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief.
5 long years. Something's happened that made me think back to her words of wisdom. That's a story for another day. She got smacked over the head with a statue of the Thinker in the first game. The thing you have to remember is that you're coming into the third game in a trilogy that is very heavily referential to itself. The time is 1 a.m. Detective, we made it! Ew, what a relief. Are the jewels still safe? Oh, it's Gumshoe. Oh, you said it, pal. Must have been a rock-solid security that scared him off. Mind opening the safe just to double-check? I don't actually remember what I voiced Gumshoe as. Would you believe me if I told you that, it's the second time it happened? Ah, we've been had. Out front. Guards, turn on the searchlights. Ha 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 ha! Better luck next time, gentlemen. It is I, Joker, from Persona 5. Haha. Excuse me, but I'm afraid I'll be leaving now. We shall meet again when the moon is, or when next the moon is full. But yes, the Thinker statue got used as a murder weapon in 2 separate cases, and they were back-to-back as well. It's the first and the second case of the first game.
Hey, Nick, get a load of this. Hey, are you listening to me? You can clean the toilet later, this is important.
What are you freaking out about now?
Today will be the last time you talk to me that way.
Huh?
We're about to hit the big time.
Big time? What do you mean by we? Don't you mean you and me or...
Don't be silly. I'm talking about me and Pearly, of course.
The more important explanation is how the fuck that dude flew away with no helicopter.
Hello, it's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick.
Girls, they changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyway?
Haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this.
I need my water. Hydration is important. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, I highly recommend these games. They are fantastic.
Here, take a look at this.
What's this? Some kind of poster? Just wait until you get to, spirit channeling and psych locks, or psyche locks. Rhine Village. Isn't that...
That's right. It's our hometown. Pearly and mine, that is.
Is this about treasures from the boonies?
Very funny. You can laugh all you want. But you'll be singing another tune tonight.
Tonight? What about tonight?
The Treasures of Kurine exhibit doesn't actually start until next week, but... the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes.
Spirit channeling? Do you mean like... Do you make a demon ghost take the stand? No, that's not until the 6th game.
That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick?
Say Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey. I am not joking, Spirit of Justice actually has, like... Hell, there's a mechanic in Spirit of Justice that allows, like, you see the last, like, minute or so of the person's life, and you can use it as evidence, and it's really cool. This young lady here is Maya Fey, younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. First met her 2 years ago. There she is. There's the her getting bonked on the head. There's the Thinker statue down in the bottom corner. You can see it. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then.
I've been the one who's keeping this law office afloat from behind the scenes.
Actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium. Bit of a shady character.
Hey, who are you calling shady?
And this little girl is Pearl Fey, but I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin and a spirit medium in training herself.
I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Mr. Nick.
Kurine Village is the home of the mysterious Kurine channeling technique. Maya here is the daughter of the Kurine School of Channeling's master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's the real thing, alright?
Earth to Nick, how long are you going to make two gorgeous women like us wait? Yes, Mr. Nick, I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit.
Forsake the family business to become a lawyer. Funny you should mention that. That's actually the case of, like, they go into that in the third case. Or not the third case, in the second case of the first Phoenix Wright game, where Mia dies. They basically go into, like, you know, oh, you know, her mother channeled a spirit from a different case, and basically was labeled as a fraud. And so her mother disappeared, and she went out wanting to be a lawyer for revenge, basically. Looks like I don't get a choice here. Might as well head on out. Wardley Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? Have to admit, I'm pretty impressed.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. Well, it depends on how you display it.
Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in the Fey Manor storeroom. Oh yeah, I remember scribbling on it when I was a little girl.
On a family heirloom?
And say, Nick, the person in charge of this exhibition is waiting for us in the basement warehouse.
This series is a fever dream. It's so good, though. Right? Guess we should go say and say hello. I think I remember this old folding screen here. Pretty sure it was an important piece of evidence. That murder case that happened in Kurine Village.
This folding screen is the greatest of all the spirit channeling secrets. The sixth-leaf Kurine Sacred Writings folding screen.
It's so secret. Why is it the most prominent thing in the exhibit? It's a bunch of old urns. These really treasures too?
Of course they are. This is a treasure exhibit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so. So all it takes to be a treasure's age? No wonder nobody likes museums. There's dead people inside of those things.
Oh, Mystic Maya. Look, I can't believe it. Oh, it's so cute. It's a little diorama of Kurine Village.
Yeah, look at that.
somehow it seems to reek of dreariness.
Oh, Mystic Maya! It's your house. It even says Fey Manor on it. Yikes, you're right. I kinda wanna add the famous in front of it.
Don't do it, Maya. They might get mad. What's with this big cushion? It's just lying around with nothing on it.
Well, it must be for the greatest treasure of all.
This treasure? Is there something like that?
Huh? Why, of course there is. Right, Pearly? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I bet it'll really take your breath away.
Piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's the title in English. 108 Ways to Save Money. Pretty sure the number has gone up since the last time I saw it. It has, actually. It was it was either 107 or 106 last time. Or if Skyrim is to believe one piece of modern currency and several perfectly cut, polished, shining gemstones.
Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know.
Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. Yep, this is a basement warehouse, alright. Burr, apparently, in the background.
This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you. Oh, Mr. Wright. A monster, you were right.
Huh? Monster?
Good evening. It's good to see you again.
You? I know you.
Nice to see you again too, little miss. Ah, hello. Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning for this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for the security arrangements. Oh, nice to meet you.
Adrian sure has changed since last we met.
So, this is the warehouse. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here.
I am a lawyer.
I owe a great deal of thanks to that badge. It's the only reason that I'm still here today.
Oh, come on now. That's not true.
I think what Nick means to say is, it wasn't thanks to the badge, it was thanks to me. Tell the truth, Nick. I know that's what you're thinking.
She's got the haircut. She has the haircut. No way, Maya.
It really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright? Nick, what's going on? Who is this woman?
Why are you freaking out on me?
What? I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up, that's all. Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily.
Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle pearls further.
Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help. It was something that happened 7 months ago.
You remember, don't you? The Nickel Samurai case.
Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar. Did that escape your memory, Nick?
Pearl has a DBZ level forehead. She has the same level of forehead as, like, Haru does from P5.
After that, I quit being a manager and started this job.
Wow, that's tough. Sorry, Miss Andrews. It wasn't for us.
No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I really am grateful.
Ew, that's a relief. Really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge exhibition like this must be very tiring.
Well, Lordly Taylor is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall are worthy of the finest museums. Woohoo! Did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museums. Yes, I did. That's really wonderful.
So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh?
Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures in here. The security guards are all highly trained as well.
Sounds good. So what's with the face she's making? It's a security camera. It's trained on the warehouse door.
It's set up to take a picture of anyone that enters or exits the door. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, they say.
It's a computer. Looks like it's hooked up to the security camera above.
And that means what?
My Chekhov's gun alarm is going off every few seconds, yeah. Camera set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out of the storeroom. And the data from the camera gets uploaded to this computer here. That's what.
I see. That's some pretty high-tech stuff.
Brr. Looks like a part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is the burr.
Aha! I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger.
Why would anyone write hamburger that big?
Like, maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something?
Kinda doubt it.
Aha! I've got it. Maybe it said spaghetti.
Are you talking about food? Oh wait, that's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could be spaghetti.
Well, maybe it was a typo. Maybe it might have said Spaghetti Festival. What do you think?
Okay, okay to me. Besides spaghetti, okay to me. Besides, spaghetti is the only thing more tangled than your reasoning. We get the conversation.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder.
And so, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right, sorry. Oh, I feel like we've had this exact same conversation before somewhere. Fun fact, on the PC port of this game, there is an achievement for getting every single piece of dialogue relating to the ladders in these games. Across all of the, games. It says Organi.
No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organize. You just can't see the last two letters.
Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either, because this place is a mess.
Yeah, you must feel right at home, huh? Mystic Maya, take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Ami, right? Yes, that's a statue of the woman who invented the Kurine channeling technique, Ami Faye. The statue's on loan from one of the training halls of the Faye branch family. In fact, it just arrived this morning.
It's that creepy-looking thing she's holding.
Don't ask me. How should I know?
Oh, you are the future master, right?
Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue. That thing is the Kurine Shijishito. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp. Aw, phooey. I wanted to cut something.
What are you eyeing me for?
Oh, look, it's already 8. Have you all eaten yet?
Well, actually.
I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together? Oh, I like the sound of that. Dine, it sounds so fancy. I'll have the kids' lunch. Pearly, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it and really eat your fill with the kids' dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me.
Nice.
Shall we head upstairs then?
After that pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined. The very next day, something terrible would happen.
I want you to know that the first time I played this, I was very scared that they were gonna kill Adrian Andrews off, and I would have been very, very sad. Because she goes through a lot in Farewell My Turnabout.
Nick, this is terrible. What the? You're cleaning the toilet again? I never knew you were such a toilet freak.
Give me a break, would you? Brain just hit the snooze button for the 5th time.
I'm going to turn on the TV.
Got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on the clues at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced they believe it was the work of the renowned phantom thief, Mask the Mask.
Mask the Mask.
According to a spokesperson, Lordly Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. This is the 5th heist by this phantom thief who only targets rare treasures.
Lordly Taylor.
Well, Nick, what are you going to do? Don't you dare go back to scrubbing the toilet.
Treasure? Lordly Taylor. You don't think...
Yes, now get up, Nick. It was stolen by Mask to Mask. Our most valuable treasure. The Kurine Sacred Urn was stolen.
What? I'm a lawyer. So, what do you think about this?
What about it, Pearly? I'm not certain. What do you think, Mr. Nick?
Maybe 3 heads aren't better than 1. Also, it is obligatory that we examine to pet the houseplant. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. When she was alive, Mia really loved it. She even went so far as to make it our mascot. Must be nice to be a plant, being able to just sit in the sun and photosynthesize.
Hey, Nick. No time for your daydreaming. That's right, Mr. Nick. No time for daydreaming.
Wow, I tripped over that really hard. I bit my lip doing that.
Oh man, until I find that urn, they're not gonna give me a second apiece. An old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it, a long time ago. Maya watched it recently, and she cried all night, too. Which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days.
Right, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy.
Doesn't look like anything's been disturbed.
Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Bad guy, huh?
Is the pink lady the one that killed Mia originally? No, it was a dude in a neon pink suit, though. With pink hair. But it wasn't Dahlia Hawthorne.
Bad guy, huh?
Hey, you can't poke around here, pal. Wait a minute, that voice. Oh no, not him again. It's you.
I'm the one who shouted, who should be saying not again. Why is it that every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives? Guess turn up again, right? Maybe. Oh, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? Hey, I asked you first. What? Why are you here
All right, we got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already?
I'm sure that somebody ships Gumshoe and Phoenix. It has to exist.
Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh, it's you, little missy. Actually, my name is Gumshoe. Detective Dick Gumshoe. That's a good chance for you to try to remember it right.
And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. Okay, it's good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick.
Yeah. Good to see you again, too. Yes. I'm a lawyer. Here, take a look at my attorney's badge. You still showing that cheap little thing off? A real man keeps his mouth shut. Carries a suave police badge, pal.
Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us about what happened?
Oh, trying to remember my name. That a girl? It's just Gumshoe, okay? Anyway, the thief stole something called the Sacred Urn.
I know about that.
Oh. Well, the criminal's name is Mask to Mask.
I know about that too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that?
Well, I guess I kinda sorta owe you guys in a way. Crime occurred last night around 10:30 in the morning. So how exactly do you know that? We got an emergency phone call from a guard on the scene of the crime, pal. He said the urn was just stolen.
The scene of the crime? You mean here, right?
Wrong. That urn was being kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse. Basement warehouse, huh?
So who is guarding the basement warehouse?
That guy. It's all his fault that thief got away, pal. Solves one case and gets a swelled head, thinking that he's an ace detective.
Ace Detective?
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. About this Mask to Mask. Is he famous?
What? You're joking, right, Nick? Mask to Mask is the hottest thing since sliced bread.
It's like, I didn't realize what you were talking about until you mentioned AO3, and I was like, oh, that's what you're talking about. It 100%, like, I'm glad to know that it does exist. Not that I ship it, though. I ship Wrightworth. Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appears as a big brown bear known to surprise unsuspecting victims. But underneath those disguise is the true Mask to Mask. So he's some kind of master disguise, huh? He really goes after the finest works of art, pal. Last night was his 5th heist. If Lordly Taylor had only cooperated, I could have caught him this time.
What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the Sacred Urn?
Of course I did. I always sends his calling card before he steals something. Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So why do you call him an ace detective anyway? That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up.
And so, what's he like?
Oh, that wasn't quite your voice? Oh, like I told you. Mask to Mask has made 5 heists so far. fourth heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back. Where's the Twinkie cap? Phantom thieves on their way to steal the treasure of the of the palace owner whose palace is a shopping mall. Sorry, that was probably really loud.
Wow, that's impressive. All by himself?
Yeah, I'd admit it, pal. Maybe he really is as good as he says he is. Every time the thief sends out one of his calling cards, we send our men out on a stakeout. None of us have ever gotten so much of a glimpse of the guy.
But Mr. Ace Detective was able to retrieve the stolen treasure from the thief.
Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime right now. For clues. He's down in the basement warehouse, huh? So what's this calling card? Here it is. Don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's this mark on the front? Size Palace has expanded. The casino now has an attached gift shop. That's the royal addition to Size Palace. That's Master Mask's signature emblem, pal. Think you could say it's his mark. All of his calling cards have got it on them.
They didn't mention that on the news. Or on the news flash.
We're withholding that detail from the public for operational reasons. The only way we can tell if our calling card is real or not is by this emblem.
That makes sense. When you get famous, there are always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, maybe you can have your own copycat someday.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Hint for a later case.
No matter how many times we come here, this place always gives me the chills.
Probably because it's air conditioned. To protect the art pieces, you know? Welcome to my private little banquet of chaos. Huh? What the heck does that mean? I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please make yourself at home.
Who are you anyway?
Shh, silence. Now I see. It's all becoming clear.
What do you see?
Zavari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium. Neither very advanced at their trade. Am I wrong?
Yikes, that's scary. How did you know that?
How, you say? Universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I am the traveler of both time and space, and a swimmer of dreams.
What is he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it.
Without further ado, let me fulfill what should be the first duty of any gentleman, and introduce myself. The name is Atme, Luke Atme, Ace Detective. I need to know what you feel about his name, Squiggles. Oh, hi.
Don't let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of.
Name's Wright. Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney. He said it! He said the thing!
I'm Maya Fey, a spirit medium. And I'm, Pearl Fey. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin and, spirit medium Ace Apprentice.
Also, Squiggles, this is really funny because this is your first exposure to, the pun names in Ace Attorney. This is not exclusive to him by any means. The suspect in the first case in the first game is named Frank Sawit. Spelled S-A... It's like S-A-H-W-I-T. It's great. Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game? Game? Why does the phrase "one short of a baker's dozen" come to mind with this guy? I'm a lawyer. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful. But I have no interest save that of finding evidence against my arch rival.
Nah, it's okay. Nick is just a bit of a piddling evidence hog. It's his defense style.
Piddling evidence hog, you say? In that case, I'd simply be wasting my breath.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Thanks, Maya. Couldn't you have said I was a rival and not a piddling evidence hog? So are you really as famous as you say? Of course. For a lawyer, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in this city that had not heard of me. Look at me. I am Mask Damask's arch-enemy, the ace detective. Look at me. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious forces of darkness, the other, the angelic cherubs of light.
Boy, now I'm really lost. What is he saying, Nick?
I've been personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I thwarted this very loathsome larceny, or his latest loathsome larceny. I even returned the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Magina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from Mask to Mask, with my brawny mind and my brilliant muscles.
Yeah, they mentioned it on the news in the Great People Around Town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward.
Well, compared to the treasure that I received from them, it's not much. So, in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise.
Oh, tell us what you know about Mask to Mask. And keep it simple, please.
Like how I've devoted my life to thwarting his dastardly deeds. Last night, here in the bowels of the storm, we were locked in the most glorious battle. I see. Huh? Hang on a second. You were here last night? Here, in Lordly Taylor? Naturally. Wherever Damask goes, you will find Atme laying his elegant traps. Elegant traps? More like Damask out-eleganced you and made a beautiful getaway. But this time, I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory. I should ask him what happened last night in more detail. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night? But of course. After all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces. Flattery will get you nowhere, Pinocchio. I first received the request for my services 20 days ago. And it was 10 days ago that we received Mask to Mask's calling card.
Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived?
Yes. You see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough. That's Adrian for you. A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized.
A calling card arrived, right?
Yes. So, I genuinely nearly read that as Ace Defective. So, Ace Detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief right in the warehouse. And waited for him. Alone.
Alone? But why? Why didn't you go to the police for help?
Ridiculous. Why would I seek help from such a singularly useless group of nincompoops? Got a lot of nerve. After all, it was you that let Damask get away.
I always operate alone and concealed, out of sight of others.
Corn sealed?
Precisely. Even the guards on duty here were unaware of my presence. To fool your enemies, first you must fool your friends. It is my own original proverb.
Anyway, back what happened last night.
As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through that entrance.
Hey look, it's some Danganronpa blood.
Nevertheless, sacred urn disappeared. But that's impossible. How could it just disappear? How, you ask? Don't be ridiculous, sir lawyer. If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here. For someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout, he's rather full of himself.
So, you're saying that even though no one came through those doors last night, our precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose?
It's just not possible. Sir lawyer, please refrain from such crude behavior. Huh? What do you mean? This criminal is an artist. The crime scene is the canvas upon which he paints. Only I, Ace Detective Atme, have an eye which is educated enough to read the signs.
Could you translate that for me, Nick?
I think he pretty much said, don't touch anything, amateurs. If there's something you wish to know about, you have but to ask Atme. I know everything there is to know about my rival, Mask to Mask. I do now.
Does he have any top secret information? And stuff only a real crime buff would know?
About what to ask while I listen to what Mr. Ace Detective has to say. Mask to Mask calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right? Quite impressive. But I would expect nothing less from my arch rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top secret piece of information.
Well, we've got an ace lawyer, an ace spirit medium, and an ace cousin apprentice here.
Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals. I don't know if I really want this guy to like us ever. Well, sir lawyer? I've been told that you too are pursuing the mysterious thief. Well, I'm not sure I would say that exact.
That's right. We're going to find the sacred urn no matter what we have to do.
Excellent. I will trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. If, perchance, you should discover something of value, return then to my office. My Office of Earthly Delights, the Atme Detective Agency.
Office of Earthly Delights?
Well then, sir lawyer, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do. Wait a minute.
He's gone.
I like the idea of doing this guy's work for him.
Come on, Nick. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office too. Take me with you, okay?
Pathetic looking wooden box.
That's the box that had the sacred urn in it.
Don't touch it, there may be clues to the thief's identity on there.
They worked so hard to make that box.
Huh? Made that poor excuse for a box, Maya?
What's that supposed to mean? That urn has always been on the stand in the winding way of Fey Manor. And so there was no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick. And I was so proud of it.
Or Maya. Maybe it'd have been better if Master Mask had taken the box, too.
Wow, this is awesome. What did Miss Andrews say it was called again?
Chiji Shinto. It's literally 7-branch sword in Japanese. So says Miss Andrews. Whoa, it's pretty heavy.
1 hit, 7 times the fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it'd sell like hotcakes. There's something that bothers me. Wow, you're really firing on all cylinders today, Pearly. This sword, wasn't Mystic Ami holding it last night? Ah. And another thing, the sword wasn't bent last night like it is now.
Right.
Awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect any less from my little ace apprentice.
Sword is bent, so that must mean last night someone used it somehow.
Ha! I just thought of something. Maybe Detective Atme smashed Mask to Mask with it. Like this.
Ow! What the heck?
What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before.
Oh man, my head. My hair! Would you believe... Actually, I was about to say, would you believe me if I told you that this isn't the first time that this has happened? But technically speaking, chronologically, this is the first time. There's also a time in the spin-off game where Maya smacks Nick over the head with a lead pipe in the middle of court. And it's great. It's a security camera. It's trained on the big door to the storage room. It's set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out.
A security camera? Yeah, go stand in front of that door and it'll snap your photo too, Pearly. Mystic Maya, do you think I should smile? Nah, it's for criminals, so I think you should just make a really scary face. Like this? Hey, Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer. A computer? Oh, I've heard of those. It has such a cute name.
It's like this computer is for storing the data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the wardrobe, wow. When somebody comes in or out of the wardrobe, that must have been where Atme was hiding. Holy fuck, is that Danganronpa blood? Yeah, hey Sachi, how are you doing? Someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them.
It's probably the trap that the detective set up. Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing. We might even find a photo of Mask to Mask.
Let's see here. Man, I really stink at working these things.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot.
I know how to pull up the photos. Couldn't download a full VOD, so you're crying downloading a commissioned VOD in full chunks. Ugh. I can relate to having to do that, because I've had to do that a couple times when getting my own VODs. And it sucks trying to stitch together pieces like that and download a whole ton of shit.
I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick.
Yeah, well, I managed to print out the camera data anyway.
Guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick?
Yeah, sure. Anyway, it looks like the camera only went off once last night.
This statue of Mystic Ami is so cool. I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office.
Hey, it's Wright & Co. How about a gold statue of me?
Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I noticed something strange.
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
The statue of Mystic Ami, was this where it was last night?
Ah.
I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door.
Yeah. You're right.
Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin.
I did that in... I think I did that in, like, Pearl's voice. Whoops. The statue was moved on the night of the crime.
Look what you did, Nick. You spilt paint over here.
Didn't do that.
Well, it wasn't here last night, or I would have noticed this color, I would have noticed a color this outrageous. But this paint is already dried up. Well then, you should have cleaned it up before it had dried, Nick.
It doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. It's like it's been several days since it was spilled. Hey, look at this. No, so it's not Danganronpa blood. It's almost exactly the right shade to be Danganronpa blood, though.
What is it?
Some kind of shape left on the bottom side of the stain.
Huh? You're right. I wonder what it could be. Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there?
It's like it's the door to the actual storeroom. See lots of big boxes and stuff back there.
I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn.
Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews said we're not allowed in there. Brr. This? Sorry, pal. Didn't get much sleep last night, and my brain's not really working right.
And somehow, I don't think sleep would really fix the problem.
Hey, keep it down. I'd have really good hearing for all you know. You might get mad if you heard. I can hear everything you're saying, pal. This is a detective agency? It's more like the set of some B-grade horror movie.
Hello? Is anyone here?
It's like nobody's home.
What a waste of time. Hey, I know. Let's take that framed picture back with us as a memento.
Don't you dare, Maya. Guess I'll have to try back later. So did I miss something? I don't think I missed anything. To be honest, pal, there's something that bugs me. What's that? The other items that were stolen by Master Mask were ones even I had heard of. They're all world-famous treasures. The Tear of Emanon, or the Crown of Bongora.
The sacred urn of Kurine is famous too, right, Pearly? Of course, everyone in Kurine Village knows about it.
Sounds like we've got an unpredictable thief on our hands. Remember, don't tell anyone about that emblem, okay, pal? Has the thief ever send these to the police? No, always to the victims. Up until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though.
That's not what happened this time, you mean?
Got that right, pal. Listen up, you guys ever get one of these calling cards? I want you to come to us right away, got me? Yeah, sure.
Have a good night, Squiggles.
An impressive bookshelf filled with some very impressive books.
My Life as an Ace Detective, Unabridged Edition, by Luke Atme, Ace Detective.
Hey, he's even got one of those ships in a bottle thingies.
Would you look at that? There's a little Luke Atme doll at the helm. How cute.
There's a microscope here, too. Wonder if he was researching something. Glass slides have different names on them.
This one says Atme virus. And this guy's just dying to make a name for himself, huh?
It's getting kind of irritating, actually. This desk is literally covered with all sorts of chemistry equipment.
Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made up of carbon and hydrogen.
Oh no, not carbon. Oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen.
Oh? Well, there are always alternative theories, I guess.
If by alternative theories you mean the ones you make up inside that head of yours. What a creepy painting. It's like he's looking right at me.
Maybe we should put up a big portrait of you in the office, Nick. I can even paint it for you. Maybe you can pose while cleaning the toilet?
I'd prefer something a bit more dignified.
Hey, Nick, what's this thing here?
It's called a gramophone. In the old days, people used them to listen to music.
You can't be serious. I think it's probably for purifying the air or something. I bet you 50 cents. Come on, what do you say?
Forget it. You never pay up when you lose.
Whoa, it's a huge hearth.
That's a fireplace.
And so, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right. Sorry. Okay, what am I missing? I really wish that I remembered. Like, I don't remember this game very well. In terms of, like, how the actual cases are structured. Oh, wait. I forgot that I can present, I've been on this guy's tail ever since his first heist, pal.
Yeah, you're doing a really great job, I can see.
Ugh. Listen, pal, if you want to jump high, first you gotta crouch down, right?
little frustrated now, but it'll make it that much sweeter when I catch her.
Classic forgetting about people. To be fair, if I'm not mistaken, every single game after this removed the ability to present profiles. Other than the latent crossover.
Anyway, that's what I keep telling myself every day.
Well, good luck, Mr. Detective Dick. I believe in you.
Oh, ain't you sweet. You're the only one that's ever said that.
Only one? It's kinda sad if you think about it. Why is he not here? What to do? Okay, the toilet's shinier than the judge's head, so let's see what's next.
What's wrong with you, Nick? What do you mean, what? Mr. Nick, your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen. Doesn't that even bother you?
But I thought that the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how...
The village is Mystic Maya, and she's the future of the... She's the future master of the Kurine School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick. I won't let you say that you don't.
Okay, I do. So what am I supposed to do about it?
Isn't it obvious? Go and find the bad guy who did this. Yeah, and get the sacred urn back.
But I'm not a detective, I'm a lawyer.
That has nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you'd find it for your beloved Mystic Maya.
Man, oh man. No winning against Pearls' fairy tale image of love. So what's the name of this bad guy again?
Mask to mask, Nick. Make a note of it. Mask to mask.
How... How do you have nothing to say about Luke at me?
Pretty goofy looking face if you ask me.
Hey!
What are you doing carrying that around with you anyway? It's not like we ever need it.
He's got a point.
Oh, that's Miss Mia Fey. She's a truly beautiful person, pal.
Huh? You knew her? You knew my sis?
Sure, everybody in the police force knew her. We all lost a great friend that day.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
I just got something in my eye. I'm not crying.
What am I missing? Ace Attorney Investigations. Not the game, but the act of investigating. Maybe the stepladder is important. I already investigated it, though. Yep. What am I missing? Am I supposed to just present everything to Maya?
Oh hey, it's my Magatama. And so what do you think? Or what do you think, Nick? Isn't it neat?
There is. Being able to peek into people's minds is definitely a nice advantage.
What? How do you do that?
You mean? Gave me this thing.
Well, I knew Pearly put some sort of spiritual power into it, but I had no idea it let you do something as cool as that.
Some future leader you are.
Next time you use it, let me know, okay? I want to see into people's minds too.
Is this thing really all that valuable? Looks, well, junky if you ask me.
But it's got the soul of Mystic Ami, the founder of our channeling technique.
So how much do you think you could get for it?
What? Sell the Sacred Urn? You know, I never thought about that. Hey Pearly, make a note of that. Ways to save money, tip 109. Sell treasures whenever possible. Whenever possible, check.
Somehow I think Maya's going to be searching for a buyer for a long time.
You know, even I didn't know this statue existed until a little while ago.
Didn't Adrian say it's from a Fey Branch family's training hall or something?
Yes, there are actually a lot of training halls scattered all over the country. Hidden away deep in desolate mountains.
Does it always have to be desolate mountains? Does Maya know that the urn broke? No, other than the picture. Which is funny, because it's actually... Technically speaking, she should know that it broke, but there's a weird continuity error thing here.
You're not very photogenic, are you? I guess that's the end of that conversation. Sis, I really miss her. Was Mystic Mia... was she a really good lawyer? Yeah, and she was awesome. She taught Nick everything she knows. And you should train hard and try to make her proud, Mr. Nick.
Yeah, do my best.
You can join me on my next trip to a freezing waterfall.
To break it to her, but I don't think being frozen to the bone really helps in court.
I'm going to have to really buckle down and get serious.
Oh, you're the future master of the Kuran channeling technique, after all.
Yeah, that, and I have to play the part of Big Sister, too. For Pearly, and for you, Nick.
What? Do I look like I was born yesterday?
Pearly's such a cutie, isn't she, Nick?
Yep.
And she's smart, too, just like yours truly. She's got quite a future ahead of her. I bet she could be president someday.
President that can channel past presidents. That might just come in handy.
She certainly seems grateful to you, Nick.
Well, she was in a pretty tight spot during that terrible ordeal. Actually, I'm grateful to her, too.
It sounds like you're not telling me something. I'm going to take a good look at the case file next chance I get.
nothing there. Refresh my memory a little. What's this sacred urn?
It's only the most important treasure in Kurine Village, that's all. Look, it's right here on this poster. Don't you remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul. Namely, the soul of Mystic Ami Faye, the founder of the Kurine channeling technique. Right, Pearly? Yes, that's right. Hold up. I thought that the urn had the name Ami written on it. Now it says I am. Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Well... There's some things best left unsolved, wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick?
That's right. 1 year ago, there was a murder in Kurine Village, Maya's hometown. Sacred urn. Turned out to be an important clue in that case. Really? I'm upset that that gave me evidence, because normally Maya back at the office is supposed to be your, like, hint system. She's supposed to kind of give you a nudge in the right direction.
It was terrible. I was arrested and everything.
One year ago, the murder in Kurine Village. Anne was killed during one of Maya's spirit channelings. This urn wound up being a key piece of evidence that proved her innocence.
Mr. Nick. Would you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember. This urn used to say Ami on it. Till Pearls accidentally broke it into a million pieces. Tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well.
Sorry, I'm not so good at arts and crafts. Spelling either.
Anyway, this is how our gluing project turned out. She put the pieces together wrong, and now, instead of Ami, it says I am. Can't believe no one's noticed this until now, a whole year later.
I can't believe it myself.
So, fun fact, that's actually kind of a continuity error, because Maya was there, in court, when we were presenting the broken urn and being like, during the time of the murder, Pearls was repairing this. Also, how the hell are you not? Oh.
Hey, Nick, your cell phone's ringing.
Hello? Phoenix right here. It's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe? What is it? What's so funny? I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally. This underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective's met his match. Yup. Finally caught him. Lock, shock, and barrel. Or, stock and barrel. There's no escape for him.
You caught him? Are you saying... You captured Mask to Mask?
Bingo. Well, actually, he surrendered. I still got him. Mask to Mask surrendered?
That's great. When can we come and pick up the Sacred Urn?
Well, you see... I was gonna tell ya. What, something wrong? Think you could swing by the detention center sometime? The detention center? He wants to talk to you. Mask to Mask, that is.
What? He wants to talk to Nick?
I'll be waiting for you, pal. So get over here soon. Detention center, huh? pal. Welcome to the detention center. You're sure in a happy mood, aren't you? Yup, after all, we got Master Matt.
Right, but, so where's the sacred urn?
Oh, sorry about that, pal. Guess I didn't really think about it before. You're the victim, in this case.
Huh?
Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth.
You know, he's right, Nick.
Is?
If you think about it real hard, we are the victims.
Well, I guess so. Wait.
I'm so used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always on murder cases.
Excuse me.
But anyway, I have to get the sacred urn back.
Please, don't just ignore me!
Ugh. Who are you?
I'm Mask to Mask? Okay.
Hey, Nick. Doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly?
I'm Ron Delight, famous Mask to Mask. I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. So, you're the Mask to Mask guy? Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong. You see, it's complicated. Sort of yes and sort of no. You know what I mean? Oh, I forgot. He, like, trails off at the end of his sentences, if you know what I mean.
Huh? What's wrong?
When I say wrong, I really mean to say it's not right, per se. You see, it's not spelled mask to mask. It's actually mask to mask.
What's with this guy?
Well, he's a timid little weakling, we know that much. Don't do that. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity. I need your crybaby, too. So, why'd you give yourself up? Well, you see, it's because, well...
I know why. It's because you stole such a priceless treasure. And now you're overwhelmed with guilt, am I right?
Priceless treasure? That broken old urn? I have a little favor to ask. Yes? What is it? Could you go and talk to Desi?
Desi? Look, we really want our urn back, so where is it?
I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises I can't keep. Just end up hurting people.
Mr. Nick, I couldn't hear what he just said, especially the last part.
Mr. Damask? Think you could speak up a little? Yes, sir. I will, I promise. Maybe not. You see, I'm already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything.
Mr. Damask, about the urn.
Oh yes, the urn! Right away! Actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but actually I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway.
Enough already, just tell it to us straight.
Please, please don't yell at me! I'm sorry. That urn, I lost it.
What?
Lost it? Did you just say? Did you just say you lost it? Yes, no, maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I lost it, like I said. These things just happen. You're on the train and you get distracted and you forget your bag, you know?
What? You forgot our sacred urn on a train?
Wait a minute, you went on the train dressed like that? No, I was just speaking hypothetically, that's all. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just lost it somewhere, I don't know where. This guy's story is more surreal than a dolly painting.
Are you really sure this creep is Mask to Mask?
Maya, don't call him a creep. Though I do have to admit, I understand your doubts about this guy. So, who is this Desi person?
Please don't talk about my wife like that.
I guess she must be his wife.
I'm sorry. The truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go and visit her at my hideout?
Hideout?
Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout?
Oh, sorry. Naturally, I meant to say my secret base.
Secret base?
Well, my apartment, actually.
Palazzo... Pepe? Pelpipi?
The 3rd floor.
Let's go have a look, Nick. Damask's hideout.
Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. No, you don't get lesbians until the 5th game. Unless you count, the implied, kind of, with an asterisk, relation, like, attraction between, Lana Sky and Mia from Rise from the Ashes. But there is a very gay, like, I don't think they're explicitly, but there's a very gay group of characters in Dual Destinies. Wow. Check this place out.
No doubt about it. This is Damask's hideout, all right? Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie? Huh? Who are you people?
Are you Desi Delight?
That's right. I'm Desiree. Ah. Oh, you must be the lawyer and the victim.
Also, you cannot look at this character and tell me that, like... What the fuck? She's so cool. Yeah. She has that big, like, butch lesbian energy. Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you.
I'm Maya Fey, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nicky Boy and Maya, huh? Can't tell you how grateful I am that you decided to help my Ronnie. Well, you're welcome.
Maya's getting flustered. Did she really call me Nicky Boy? This woman is not straight, but also neither is Ron. Also, I like that,
Nick, it's a torpedo.
It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real.
Where could he have picked up something like this?
Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. Bunch of books lying here. All romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves.
Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck into them.
Let's see here. Must remember this thieves' way of laughing. Very useful. Note, a calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. Wow, Ron really studied his stuff. Bunch of stuff piled up over here.
Duck and cover, it's a missile. Do you know there's a dynamite in missiles?
Not heavy enough to be real. Oh wait, they're just really well-made toys.
What are these rolls of paper stuck in the trash can? Theft of the Mazarin Stone, the Great Albatross Strategy. theft of the immortal goddess statue, the great knuckle bomber strategy.
Police even investigate this place?
Hey, Nick, look on top of the chair.
It's like an envelope and a letter.
Well, don't just stand there. Come on, let's read it.
Aya, you know we shouldn't do that.
What are you talking about? That letter could be an important clue.
No way. You can't just go reading a private letter just because you feel like it.
It's not because I just feel like it. It really could be important.
I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind.
It's Mask to Mask.
It's a tape recorder hanging from his neck.
Let me see that.
Oh, whoops.
I don't get it. What's this supposed to be, Nick?
This thing looks vaguely familiar.
Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, an upside down one anyway.
I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet.
And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it.
I think it's a transceiver. An alien transceiver.
Nick, do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a little bit?
Being lectured by Maya to be more of an adult. That's a new low.
Oh, that's so cute. It's called the hot air balloon, you know?
Wow. No fooling you.
I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick.
The emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. It's proof enough that Ron Delight really is Mask to Mask. Better not tell Maya. She gets kinda scary when it comes to celebrities. Wow. We haven't even met the prosecutor for this game. But anyway, this is gonna be where I end for tonight, so give me a second, we'll find someone to raid. So yeah, exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord, exclamation point socials if you want to check out my VODs channel, mainly. Because, you know, Twitter's kind of up in flames constantly at this point. And, like, I don't know if I'm gonna be posting my art on there at this point, considering all the shit that's been happening with it, but I will be posting my art in the Discord, though. And I don't know, I'll probably find another platform to post art as well. Okay. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. Hopefully, as long as my voice doesn't give out on me, I should be back with more of this tomorrow, because that whole first case was me straining my voice the entire time. But, anyway, I guess have a good one, and take care.